Good morning, good afternoon, 44 Trading Room. How are you today? Hi, Clifton. Nice to see you. Okay, let's just start the preparation session on Thursday. This is going to be the third trading of October, which did not start that good for the stocks so far. And yesterday it was a quite of a mixed day, slightly green everywhere. Oil is just climbing for the third day, actually, still on the Middle East tension. And the SPY triple Q and even the Dow Jones just closed a slightly green day. And today we are starting in a quite interesting pullback and the gap down. But on the SPY, 565 still remains a very strong support, traders. Hopefully I can just put up my screen share and then show you what I mean. Hi Lee, good morning to you. All right, well, yesterday it was not a bad day at all. I had a really nice trading day. I hope you too. Hi class, good afternoon. So if you were trading yesterday and if you want to share, please just let me know how was your yesterday trading day. Okay, as you can see, as I mentioned you, it's a gap down in the pre-market on the SPY, and you can see this stronger support line. I just put it here on the daily chart around this 565. It's still valid. So until the price is going to stay over this $565 level, I would say everything is quite of okay. This consolidation is still building. Today we had already some economic news out, in especially the unemployment claims, which was a bit higher only than expected. 9:45 we are expecting the final services PMI, and 10 o'clock ISM services PMI with factory orders plus one FOMC member speaker, and 10:40 postage, another FOMC member is going to speak. So quite busy morning we will get. Unemployment claims, as I've told you, it's a little bit higher than expected, which I would say in this case it's quite of a good news. Hi Wes. Good morning to you. Okay, Lee, small green, perfect. Julie, nice green. Very good. Happy to hear that. And China is weak class. Yes, finally they just stopped this winning streak in China. Also, mostly China. I mean, most of the Chinese markets are quite closed because of this Golden Week. It's a bank holiday in China, but the Hang Seng, it was open and it just got a red day. So seems like this big green stripe what we've just seen for 6 days with higher and higher and higher, up and up and up on the Chinese market is just stopped for today. Well, what else? China is weak, as Klaus just wrote. Europe started quite weaker as well on this fear of the Middle East tension. No news yet from there. Europe is still in red for today. Futures in red as well, as I've told you, together with gold, which is just moving back a bit from the highs. But the crude oil, it's already up another 2.43%. Bitcoin is trying to find a bottom on the 60K. Let's see if it can find this bottom there. Also, Bitcoin does not look very strong either. Hi, Ali. Good morning to you. Minus 1 hour for you. Could only trade in the lunchtime. Yeah, class, yesterday lunchtime, it was not the best. Anyway, the whole market, it was not very big range either. It was just a quite of a rinse and repeat of Monday. Hi, Arike. Good afternoon to you. All right, traders. What else in the news? STZ Constellation Brands. It's out. I mean, the earnings. Oil. Everyone is talking about oil because reason why it's quite of a famous subject now to talk about. Well, there were some rumors that might the next step is going to happen. I mean, on the Middle East tension, another attack from the Israeli side, and might it can happen that they're going to focus on iron's oil reserves, and that means if it's going to happen, then it's going to impact hugely not just the oil price, but maybe the world economy as well. But everything is just guessing traders. The situation at the moment, no one knows anything at all. So we don't know what's coming next. At the moment, seems like something is booming, but we don't know yet. So again, just like yesterday, please just be careful and stay cautious. Hi, Robin. Good morning to you. And as I've told you, I repeated myself several times that this week, most important labor market news are going to be released tomorrow before market open with the unemployment rate, the non-farm employment change, and so on. So this is still what the market is expecting and waiting for. All right, Dow futures dip as Middle East concerns linger and jobless claims tick upward. So this is what we know at the moment. Okay, just checking the news. Yeah, Levi Strauss was not a good earnings either, so it's just going down. Costco, it's on my list for today. Nike, OpenAI in the news as well. Tesla, after the ugly miss of the delivery numbers, is still going lower. So I'm going to watch what's happening now. The Tesla is down 1.3%. The only green ones and big stocks on my list, it's what else than tech stocks. At the moment, NVIDIA is quite strong. AMD is in a green. Microsoft is in a green. And as I see, that's it. Hi, Dor. Hi, Tara. Nice to see you. All right, traders, let's just move to the big movers. We have some, as I've told you, like Levi Strauss, STZ, and so on. Good morning, DVG. Nice to see you. All right, CNBC. Again, what is in the headline? It's oil. Oil market faces a rude awakening if Iran's energy infrastructure is targeted by Israel. And I say, this is what I was talking about. All right, in the news, I have not seen too much indeed. Auto giants are getting nervous about the prospect of mega fines as EV demand falters. So this is not a good news for the automakers. And Tesla again hit with some not that favorable news, and Tesla recalls more than 27,000 Cybertrucks to fix a rear view camera delay. So this is the reason maybe why the Tesla is just getting hammered again. Okay. And here we have the big movers. Stocks making the biggest moves pre-market. I mentioned you that NVIDIA is nicely into the green side. And the reason for that, it's higher because CEO Jensen Huang told CNBC closing bell overtime on Wednesday that it's seeing insane demand for its next generation AI graphics processor known as Blackwell. The CEO also said that Blackwell, which is expected to ship in the fourth quarter, is on schedule. So this is a really good news for the NVIDIA. Well, let's see if it's good enough to keep the giant chip stock into the green, and even not just to keep it, but even push it higher. At the moment, as you can see, it's quite strong, means it's higher with 2.04%, very nice pre-market volume. And on the daily chart, it seems like it can have a beautiful reversal from the 50 and 20 EMA levels, and of course about this 120 very strong level as well. It's about that as it is on 121 and 35. So everything is ready for a beautiful reversal on the NVDA based on the daily. Well, let's see if it's going to be a successful one and it can continue higher. But with this news and with the fact that this is almost the only one really strong tech stock, I'm just going to put it on my long list. So NVDA is going to be my first candidate to the long list. Okay. Next stock on the list coming soon, and this is going to be, oops, sorry guys, oops, this is not the one. And this is going to be the Which one? Wall speed. Let's go for speed. Semiconductor as well. It's not that lucky than NVIDIA because it's just failing 1%, 5%. It just got a very ugly downgrade from the Mizuho. So now Wall speed is down a lot after it got some good news last month, I remember. But since then, it's just cannot get up, as you can see. And now it's an extra 5% to the downside. It's a quite low price stocks already, so I'm not going to put it to the first list, but I'm going to put it to the secondary list. Wolf Speed. Hi, Chris. Good morning to you. Hims and Hers, it's the next one. Hims and Hers Health. The telehealth company declined 9% after the FDA said that the shortage of GLP-1 treatments from Eli Lilly, LLY, has been resolved. So HIMS seems like this is not the best news for them. And the reason for that they had previously developed a compound version of the weight loss drugs to take advantage of the shortages. But now there are no shortages, which means the need for their drug it's just decreased, and that's why HIMS is just going lower. Wow, ouch, that's a huge move to the downside. Let's just put it to the short side, and you know what? Let's just check LLY to the long side because this is a good news for LLY for sure. Let me just check it. Sorry. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. Not my favorite. Let's just put it to the secondary list. Hi, Julie. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you. So LLY, I'm just going to put it to the secondary list. Next one, EVGO, 9% after JP Morgan upgrade on the electric vehicle charging company to overweight. This is EVGO. This is quite of a low price stock. It's a $5 stock, but I know that some of you really like these lower price stocks, so I'm going to put it to the secondary list. Levi Strauss, I mentioned already, it's down a lot because it just trimmed the full year revenue guidance and delivered the fiscal year quarter revenue that missed the analyst expectations. So seems likely why it's another short candidate of us. So this is not a huge mover at all. I'm going to put it to the short list, but I'm not expecting a huge move from that stock. Well, let's see. Maybe it's going to surprise me. Constellation Brands, as I've told you, it's got some better than expected numbers. Also, there was some problem there because the company also reiterated its full year earnings per share guidance, but it's selling at the moment. STZ, it's minus and not plus. Let's see why. Maybe it's a sell the news event. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like it's a sell the news event. Look at that, traders. It just released the earnings before market close. After it released the earnings, it was a huge move to the upside, but immediately started a sell-off. That looks quite ugly. And I must tell you, I'm just checking, but I don't think so. The pre-market volume is, yeah, it's a little bit too thin for a stock which is like a $250. STZ, let's go to the secondary list only. Okay, I'm sure it's going to be a great mover today, but I'm going to be cautious with that stock because I feel like it's going to be a bit spready today. Stellantis again in the news. Wow, down more than 3% in the pre-market after the Barclays again downgraded the poor stock. This is just getting so many bad news for this week so far. So let's see how, wow. And it still continues lower. So I need to put it again to my short list, STLA to the short list. Wow, I have only one green and that's it. And thank you, DVG, for the news. As I've told you already, you can see it written down, which is very good and really helpful, actually, because you won't forget during the time of the day when the news is going to hit the market. 9:45, the first one on the services PMI, 10 o'clock factory orders, and one ISM as well, and one FOMC member speaks, and 10:14 it comes postage. Okay, traders, what else on our list? We need a bit more, so please help me if you have anything on the radar which you think it can be a great and good mover for today, please just let us know in the chat. I'm just checking when I'm a bit lack of candidates. I'm always checking the gainers and losers list, or it's called in the old platform the top 20. I really like it indeed. And let's see what else we can find here. Okay, SEG Constellation Energy is up a lot, 2.9%. That looks nice, actually. I like this one. SEG. Oh yeah, actually the maybe not the Chinese stock today because the Chinese market was not that strong, but the oil stocks are still on my watch list. Thank you, Steve. Hi, Martins. Good afternoon to you. Hi, David. Good morning. Steve, thank you for the EVGO. It's on my list already. Now I'm just checking the Chinese stocks. No, I'm just get used to this. Chinese stocks are always going up nowadays, but now I'm just checking the oil stocks, which they still look like they have a little bit more to go. I'm going to call Oxy, but actually, I have some favorite ones when we are talking about oil trading, like XOM, for example, Oxy, APA, CVX. So these I'm going to watch. And maybe even Humana is going to be on my watch list because, as you know, just got some very bad news yesterday and got a huge red day. Let's see how it's going to be continued for today for the Humana. I just put it to the secondary list. All right, Excel is here in the strong ones. This is Excelix, and this is up 1.5%. Not a huge mover. This is my only problem here. APA, as I just mentioned, you another oil stock up 1%. On the gain, NYSC, UVXY, what else? And of course, SQQQ. So the fear index derivatives, it's here. Wixie, Wix, everything you can find. CCJ, uranium stock, it's up again, 2.3%. I'm just going to put it to the secondary list. That looks good. Okay, or a long list, sorry. LUV, that's strong. LUV, Southwest Airlines, 1.6% higher. Not a huge mover. It needs to break 30, but might can be an interesting mover. Let's just give the chance on the secondary list. To the downside, LRCX, LEM Research, 90% to the downside. Ouch, what's that? That was a split? Oh no. Okay, let's just leave it alone. It's just anyway too much. CZR, 5%, Caesars Entertainment, it's a big gap down. And the Chinese stocks, as I've told you, the Chinese market just broken its winning streak. So Baidu 5.5% to the downside, Futu, JD, everything. So I'm going to put now the Chinese stocks to the short side. Let's just start with Futu, but I'm just going to call one, but you know exactly if I'm going to call one Chinese stock, it means that you can watch all of them. Levi, HIMS, we were talking about TME, Tencent Music, Chinese stock down, of course, and the BABA and VIPS, which I still see. All right, traders, not huge or too many candidates, not a huge list for today, but it's enough, more than enough to start the day with. And in the meantime, even DVG just released his list. Thank you, DVG. Nice. Now let's see. What are you into the short side? SPY Triple Q Apple. Completely agree. I always trade TQQQ as my guidance group traders know. Microsoft, Amazon, Baba from the big ones, and NVIDIA, VST, and CVX, one more OS stock on his list. Fantastic traders. Okay, I just post my candidates here. And please don't forget, if you still have any questions regarding the renewed, restarted TEFs programs, funded account packages, please just let me know. You can just write me here in the room or even at agiatevs.com as well. I just get here my email. I got already lots of emails, so please, if I have not answered yet, I'm going to do it today. Okay, so traders, I wish you a beautiful green morning with DVG, and I'm going to see you later or even tomorrow. And of course, I'm going to go to the guidance room now. So have a green one, everyone.
Thank you, Aggie. Quick sound check. Can everybody hear me? Right on. Well, good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Hope everybody had a wonderful evening. As we step into markets today, a little bit more of the same story as yesterday. I think we'll likely see some bigger moves. Those of you guys were trading throughout the day, I think we had an initial reaction in the morning, just kind of stabilized price action. Overnight, looks like several stocks took somewhat of a hit. Looking at names like Meta, dropped about what is that? About 8 points at its lowest in the pre-market. Nvidia finding some additional buyers up here at this 121 level. Today, I'm actually going to be trading similar to what I did yesterday. Watching the 200, probably going to short and build a short position on the SPY right out the gate. If we find support at 565 on the SPY, I may change direction. Right now, my bearish tendency is kind of coming out based on jobless claims this morning and continued jobless claims. One was not supportive of the other, I would say. Continue jobless claims seem to go down a bit, but the initial jobless claims went up. So if we look at what the Fed is focused on, what they've been talking about quite a bit, is instead of a two-prong approach focusing on inflation and employment, majority of the focus is now on employment. And if those numbers aren't um, moving in favor, I think we're going to see a reaction here in markets. So that's kind of where my head's at this morning. Again, tensions continue to rise in the Middle East, and I think some of the benefactors in that space will likely be oil. So I'll be keeping an eye on names like CVX, Exxon, Oxy as well. In this risk-off type environment, there's names like Coin that'll likely go down. We've seen that kind of big sell-off here in the last few days, but the question is, does it find some support in this 162, 160 area? I would be, if you're planning on trading Coin, keep an eye on Bitcoin. So if you're looking at Bitcoin, I think the level, if I'm not mistaken, let me pull it up here, would be exactly 60K. So if we break down below 60K, you can count on Coin, following suit. But if we see some of that support at 60K, it could be an opportunity to start nibbling for a longer term position on Coin. But again, today I would trade pretty cautiously. Looking at names like Boeing as well, even LMT that really benefited from, the military type challenges that we're having in the Middle East, right? LMT, we tried to trade a little bit yesterday, only got it for a couple points on a few shares. So I probably won't trade that today. In fact, I think it might actually move higher. So I'll be careful on those names. But Boeing, however, looks pretty sheepish today. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now, guys. Again, not bad to have oil in your portfolio. In fact, I may even, as I'm looking at CVX and stuff, may add some of those positions to my portfolio. I really liked it when it was at 143 for CVX. It's kind of a magic number for now. If it breaks that level in the future, obviously get out of that position. But I think I may just buy CVX and hold it for an extended period of time. First positions out the gate, though, likely will be short names like Apple. If we do find support at 225, it might be an opportunity to go long, but we got to keep an eye on markets, the Qs, the SPY, etc. See if we find some support in around that 565 level for the SPY and the 480 level here for the Qs, which is at right now. So the fact that we're kind of hanging on to the lower end of this channel, it's a real question mark, right? If I see support, I'm happy to switch gears and we'll go long and buy everything, right? However, the fact that we see quite a bit of selling in the pre-market, now we're getting closer to that low. The tendency is likely to move lower. However, this could be an incredible bear trap. So, like I said, I'm more or less bearish this morning at the open, but we'll see. Obviously, we'll let it open up a bit and make that decision as we see the price action this morning. So let's say good morning to everybody. Looks like we've got quite a few folks, so appreciate y'all being here. Let's move up here. Lee, Lee, were you the first one in? Right on. Good morning. Good morning, Lee. Klaus, welcome, welcome. Julie, good morning. Bess, Ali, or Ali, good morning. Ari, welcome, welcome back. I just say Ari. I don't want to. I don't know if it's Ariek. Ariek. Chris, good morning. David, Orlando, good morning. Martins, good morning. Steve, good morning. Scott V in the house, good morning. And Tim R, good morning. So here's the thing. Today, Scott, if you guys remember yesterday, unfortunately, he had to deal with some, personal stuff with his property, given he's down in the area impacted by the hurricane in Florida. But he will be on likely around 11 o'clock today. He's got a couple other things he's taking care of this morning specific to the house. So it'll just be me riding solo in this morning session. So I do appreciate y'all being patient and, definitely ask questions, ask me, Clifton, Aggie, while we're here. I will go ahead and share my screen here in just a moment, y'all. Let me see, get this up and going. There's that. And we should see screens here momentarily. I don't know why that's showing up like that. There we go. Much better. Kim, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Like Erica, but the last letter switched. So Erica or Erica. Kev, yeah, I do too. That's actually why I have it up. Looking at Amazon, the downside. Again, the big thing is, so as I trade plans right now, certain levels have certain values to me. So 225 on Apple, the fact I just broke it right now, I'm already, getting ready. I'm watching this like a hawk, because if we open underneath 225, I'm gonna nail it. In fact, I might even do it right now. Amazon, same thing, 182, big level. Okay. Nvidia, if we break below 120, I might consider going short. But if we bounce off the 200, 119.50, and we find some support there, 123, next big level. Tesla, 240 break. I mean, it's bye bye, right? So I'll be keeping an eye on these big levels for sure. I think my first trade right out the gate, I'm going to be grabbing some options on the SPY. So seeing how the SPY behaves. I do think if you look at where's the most meat on the bone for profit taking, it's going to be these high flyer Mag 7 names. And especially with jobless claims the way they are. Again, I'm kind of bearish this morning, guys, and I hate to do that. I know for the last couple of weeks I've been pretty bearish. And don't want to go against bullish positions or behaviors, but we've seen a bit of a sell-off. So, question is, do we find support at these levels, which we very well can? I mean, I have the next logical level lower on the Qs is 476.44. So that's kind of an area I'm going to watch to see if we bounce off of that area. If we don't, again, 565 on the SPY to the downside. 476.44 to the downside would be a big break on the Qs, which would naturally, I mean, it's going to have to bring down names like Nvidia, Amazon, etc. Kind of secondary list here, looking at SMCI, VST. I've got AMD kind of sympathy play to uh, Nvidia, and then I'll actually move coin here as well. I've got CVX up on my other charts, but this will kind of be our watch list here this morning. I'm also keeping an eye on crowd separately. In fact, maybe I'll move this. Lee, I think that's your favorite stock. I think it's got a chance either way, 50-50. So if we get above the 200 long, if we bonk here at the 200, good opportunity to go short, I think. All right, so markets are open. Let's trade carefully, y'all. Keeping an eye here on Apple. This is the big thing too, right? Like we see a big pop. Maybe we find some buyers. Amazon though, that looks pretty bad. Um, I'll wait for initial move here. Tesla kind of getting a little bit of love here. I'll take this trade with you. 182.50. I'll start a short position on Amazon if we can get a little bit of a boost here. Okay, big move on Amazon now. Where is that position? Okay, let's see if we get a rejection here on Apple. I'll build a position here if we do. Mhm. Okay, we are in Apple, folks, to the downside. See if we get a bigger break now. I'm shorting SPY as well. And I will short the Qs right now with options, by the way. Apple, come to Papa. Okay. Big push on Tesla now. Hopefully Apple doesn't wake up here. Okay, we're in the SPY position as well to the downside. If we find some support here, I'm happy to switch gears. I don't mind. I'm keeping plenty of powder dry. I'm not going super heavy on positions here. I will add to Apple here though. I like that move. Let's see if we get a little bit more vicious to the downside. That would be nice. Big move on Tesla and Nvidia. Okay, I will add to SPY if we break the low here. That said, I mean, this is some pretty strong behavior right now on the Qs. So are we finding some support? Does it mean I get out of the way of Apple? Could be, could be. Get over that 200 EMA. I'll definitely be considering getting out. Same with Amazon. Qs showing way more strength right now in the SPY, but it doesn't take much but to push this market higher. I'm actually looking at BA to the downside now as well. I'll put a build position short at 152 for BA. Might get stopped at Apple here in a moment. Just let this market open a bit. Okay, we'll get the BA position started now as well. Qs are actually gaining some strength here. Same with SPY. It's a little concerning. Microsoft looking good for a short. Okay, we are in the BA position now to the downside, 152. Apple kind of giving me little worries here. Perfectly got my short position now trying to take off. So it might be my first loser on the day. Watching SMCI as well up at this 42 level. Okay, 42.40. I'll start a build position. SMCI to the downside. Playing a little bit of a dangerous game here with Apple now. It just the nice thing is it's kind of a slower mover. It only moves a point or so. So if it's gonna continue higher, good for it. It'll take my money and I'll be out of the trade. But right now, just being pretty patient. Watching Microsoft here, 417, interesting level. Again, I'm still pretty bearish on the day, guys. I get it. Price action right now looks like it's moving higher. I just don't know if it's going to be a trap for bulls or bears today. Obviously, I'm bearish. Kind of getting run over a little bit on. We're in Microsoft now, 417, guys. Sorry, I didn't have a chance to post it. All my positions right now are to the downside, guys. Here we go. Let's see. Add a little bit to my SPY puts in case we do decide to break down. Don't mind holding that a bit. So right now, kind of red on the day, thanks to Apple, but we do decide to move lower on all these other positions. So BA right now moving against slightly, SMCI moving against slightly. So I've got stops in place, but if we do in fact break down lower like we are on Microsoft right now, could be a really, really nice day for me. So right now, Apple moving against probably my biggest losing position at the moment. SPY right now on my puts about break even. We do see a breakdown here on the SPY. I mean, that would be big payday for me. We'll see. Being patient this morning. Here comes the breakdown now on BA. If we get below low of day, I will add. SMCI getting a push here. Big push, actually. All right. Let's see, we get a bigger break on Microsoft now. Okay. Here comes the SPY now. Let's see. Lee, you're looking at crowd, okay? Like Microsoft too, yeah. Bluetooth strong, add in Microsoft. Yeah, I may if we see a 415 handle on Microsoft, I'll add. Again, I hate being this bearish, but I'm kind of convicted today. I think SPY really has to prove to me that it wants to move higher. It hasn't in the last couple sessions, up these all-time highs. So again, I'm taking a bit of a risk today. But um, again, if we get a big break on the SPY to the downside, it's going to bring a lot of names with it. So the rising uncertainty in the Middle East, etc. Right now, the tendency is again buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. But I could look like a fool today for not going long, but that's fine. Um, Again, I just think like even Apple wanting to breach that 227 couldn't quite do it to get up to 230, right? We see a big drawdown. We're seeing some consolidation here. We saw a break to the 223 level, found some buyers. Like, is this the day we actually break below 220? Maybe. Seeing a pullback right now in Nvidia, the Qs, Microsoft. Actually, right now, I'll do an ad. Who's in Microsoft? I think Kev, are you with me on that? No one's looking good. The big thing is, so actually, ironically, 415 is the big level for Microsoft. Like, do we find buyers at 415? Nvidia, wow, what a strong move that is. So I could get stopped out of my, excuse me, my position here on SMCI, which I don't mind, but right now, chip sector is looking pretty good. Q's now getting pretty aggressive move to the upside. A little concerning for my my current position, right? Aiming lower. So I'll be patient today. Might rack up a little bit of a red day today, which I don't mind. We've had a great week this week. It's a pretty strong push on Nvidia. Wow. Anybody take Nvidia long or even Tesla long? Tesla's got their upcoming robotaxi event 10/10 next week. So I think there could be some, hey, buy it at a cheap discount. Maybe that's what people are thinking. The China names like Baba, things like that. Um, all right. I don't like that we're firming up here on the SPY, but we'll wait. We got global services PMI coming up for September in a few minutes, 3 minutes. A lot of the big tech names look like they're getting stronger here. It could be in trouble here on this Apple position. We'll see. 227, I'll get out. For now, I don't mind hanging on. All right, let's see what the SPY does here. Let's also keep an eye on SMCI. Put SMCI up here. See if we get a break on BA, I will add. We're going heavy action today on the downside, guys. If it again, the names that are concerning right now are Nvidia. I'm short a small position on SMCI, but if we get back through that level where I started my position, I'll happily add to the downside. So because it's a build position, it's okay. I can get out of the way, maybe get a better entry. The Apple position kind of hurts, right? I mean, I can't add to a losing trade, so I won't add there. But Microsoft performing nicely. It's not a big winner just yet. Meta finding some buyers. BA should break any moment. I don't know what's going on there. Okay, I'm gonna add the BA here. Also adding to the SPY if we break lower here. Okay, let's see if this is the big break I've been waiting for on the SPY. Keep an eye on it, guys. 567, 566 showing some support beforehand. But if we break 566, bye bye. Down we go. I'm going to add again to Microsoft here. And then we're going to get some real momentum here. Okay, Apple, we're back in play, which is nice. I don't know what's going on with the chip sector. It's just blowing up. Nice move now on BA. Kind of tempted to. Oh wait, Tesla obviously, Nvidia showing some strength, Meta showing some strength, Microsoft down, Apple getting weaker. Um, Amazon, what's Amazon doing? Finding some stability there. Netflix aiming lower. Yeah, I mean, I'll be patient on the positions I have currently. Um, we've got Apple to the downside, SMCI to the downside, Microsoft to the downside, BA to the downside, SPY to the downside. So pretty bearish positions right now. Nvidia though looking amazing. So hopefully some of you guys, we talked about that in the morning, up to 123, big level. It's there now. So I think maybe we see some profit taking here at this 123 level. With Boeing specifically, I'd like to see a break under 150 before I really start to take some profit here. Looking for a bigger move. Same with the SPY. Like to see a 565 print before I take a partial. BA at the low of day. I should put that up here. Yay. Yeah, just put in a new low of the day. Need to see, I'll add on SMCI. We get right to my position. It was right at the BWAP. So keeping an eye on the SPY and the Qs right now, guys. Obviously, Nvidia looks incredible, and Meta just tagged a new high of the day, right at the close. So does it get up to that close and then sell? We'll see. Microsoft, wow, incredibly weak. I still don't get why Meta is being bought up at these levels, to be honest, guys. But trade what you see, not what you feel, right? That might have been, the long trade to take along with Nvidia as well. Okay, might get stopped out of the build that I started on SMCI, which is fine. I'll wait a little bit. Again, for those guys remember, obviously they had a split, so a lot easier to rack up $40 stock. But I'm still looking at as a $430 stock, and when it was up at 430, I would have happily shorted it because of the news that they have, specifically for financial reporting. Not good. Um, so yeah, we'll see. Keep an eye on that. I'll get ready to take a partial here on BA in just a moment. Okay. Still have a pretty decent sized position on BA, but took half of it off. Nice winner there. Still have plenty of runners to move to the downside on BA. Let's see what happens. Still have my full size position on SPY and Apple. Again, watch this 1, 2, 3 level, guys, on NVIDIA. Does it top out here? Maybe. Big level. Let's see. Palantir new highs. Yep. Cool. Futu for the win. Baba. Let's see. What's Futu doing? I think who was Mark? You were trading Futu, I think, the last couple days, huh? With the mirror. What's PDD looking like? Yeah, PDD, nice move as well. I'm gonna look at FXI. Yeah, I kind of like, people are kind of panicking a little bit about, oh yeah, China markets are moving down. Gotta sell, gotta sell. I think now's the time to buy it. Like when everybody's running away. You want to sell it when everybody's trying to buy it. I don't know. That's just kind of where my head's at. Um, so now NVIDIA being at 123, obviously the next big level is 125, then 129, then 130. So can it move higher? Yes. But if you look at the SPY right now, SPY is aiming lower. We are now in the 566 handle. So be careful. If you're long right now, take your profits. Microsoft actually just had a big pop. We talked about 415 being a level. So I'm going to get stopped out of that position here in a moment, unfortunately. Just being a little bit more patient and hanging on to, a losing trade a little longer than I normally would. Normally I'd, be out and then try to get back in or whatever. But, with like SMCI, I don't mind it. It was a build position. I'm happy to add if it starts moving in favor. I'm not terrified of the move right now. And it's, what, 80 cents? Like, I'm not going to lose sleep over 80 cents. Mark one trade today. Awesome. Yeah. Was it one a good enough one for you to be like, hey, that's it, I'm out? Those are the best days, man, when you just take one trade and walk away. Nice job. I'll be a spectator for the rest of the day. Nice. Very cool. Yeah, like we paid myself on BA. Got stopped basically on Microsoft. Break even. So I'm happy to like re-look at that, reassess that, just because like right now I've got, thank goodness for the BA trade. I'll say, I had a pretty decent sized position. So thank goodness I got paid on that, which is good. But some of these other positions right now are kind of moving against me right now. So chalking it up to a red day at the moment. But we see a breakdown in the SPY. That's kind of what I'm looking for, but it's looking like every time it gets down at this 566.95 area, even 567 now, finding some support, seeing big names move now, Meta getting really strong, NVIDIA getting stronger, SMCI getting stronger. But I mean, sometimes you're wrong on the day, and that it happens. Right now I'm kind of concerned about the SPY finding some footing here. Could be an opportunity to go long, but I'll be patient. Look at NVIDIA now. Wow. BA, I will see you at 147, my friend. Maybe 148. Let's see. Not sure if we'll actually get there. We found huge buyers at 150 for the day, so we'll see. Q's put in a new high of day. That's looking good, just over the close there. SPY, however, not so much. Looks like everybody is looks like Just trying to buy everything. I don't like fighting the tape this much. I mean, we had a nice pullback from on the SPY 568 to now 566 and change. Now we're finding some footing. Starting to get a little concerned, guys. May have to switch gears here and join the crowd to move. Big move on the SPY now. Still rejecting the 200 for now, but if it gets above that 200, I may just dump all my short positions. Look to go long potentially. Almost going to get stopped out of Apple. Notice it's, still red on the day, trying to get up to the close. Close that gap, maybe. SMCI might dump here in a bit. Meta has been on a tear, guys, for a long time now. Look at this thing. Just ripping higher. Unbelievable. Wow. Well, in scenarios like this, sometimes you're wrong. I mean, like I said, I was looking at this saying if we're going to push lower, it should be pretty quick. I'm happy to switch gears and go long all the positions basically that I was trying to short. Frankly, because if the SPY firms up, the Qs just got over the close. Qs are getting stronger, and we're in tech names. So Qs obviously represent majority of those tech names. But if the SPY firms up, I mean, looking more broadly, like ExxonMobil right now, up almost 10%. It's pretty wild. That's on the week, by the way. CVX. I'm gonna buy some CVX. Hold it in my portfolio. Well, SPY is now moving against, unfortunately. So I'll be out of the SPY position here in a moment. Excuse me. Yep, could be time to buy things here. Let's look. Microsoft here at 418 could be interesting to the upside. I don't really want to. I'm going to get stopped out here on SMCI here in a moment. Same with Apple. We got 227 on Apple's my, had enough. BA now finding some footing. Jeez. So markets are turning here. How long do they turn for? I don't know, but it's moments like this where you got to be mindful to take your losses. We do have some data coming out here in 1 minute, so I'll just wait for that. Let's see what happens. If we continue to push higher, I'll literally just market order and take a loss on some of these trades here. And we'll find some others. No big deal. Futu, what a beautiful trademark, by the way. ACN, you're looking at Accenture mark. Oh, Chris, nice, yeah. Press MCI. Green AI computing technology, liquid cooled system with Fujitsu. Yep, very nice. Appreciate you sharing that. Again, because it was a build position, I was trying to get ahead of the big push. ISM non-manufacturing for September, 59.4. Oh man, it's a lot of data coming in. Hold on a sec, guys. ISM manufacturing PMI for September 54.9 versus 51.7. Non-manufacturing prices for September 59.4 versus 56.3, 57.3 prior. It's a lot of data coming in. Non-manufacturing business activity 59.9. I mean, that wasn't really. No. Might take a L here on the SPY puts. Unfortunately, seeing if this is like a legitimate push or just a, you know, potential fake out. Let's see. Running into that 569 level on the SPY. It's kind of my, let's say, get out of town on this position. Don't do it, Apple. I think I'm going to get stopped, guys, and take a red day today, unfortunately. Still being patient. Again, SPY puts are about to get stopped here, unfortunately. There's the 569 print. I'll wait just a little longer, not much. Ah, that's too bad. All right. I'm actually going to go long coin now, right here, 565.90. Let's do it. Switching gears here. Still in the SPY puts, still in Apple, still in SMCI, still in VA. Just seeing if this was like a, shakeout. Is it a breakout legitimately? Yes, maybe. If it is, I mean, I'm out of everything. But if not, that's okay. Well, look at this pullback now on coin. Yikes. All right. Like here's a nice pullback. Again, the thing with Apple that I don't really mind, it's just it's moving like it looks like it's a ton of action. It's like a dollar that it moved. Same with SMCI. It's like it moved this huge push, but it's up, a dollar over my entry, which it's like not gonna say it's not a big deal because it is, but I'm not too worried about it. This SPY put options though, this kind of hurt, to be honest. Really thought we were gonna get a break to the downside on SPY, but once it found its footing, look at it go. So I see this 569 print again. We're there now. I'll get out of this put options here. Just a moment. So at least with Microsoft we're in long coin, long, and I'm about to dump all my short positions likely here in a moment. Done with the SPY puts, guys. Out of that. That hurts. It's a big loss for me on that one. Unfortunately. Big move on SMCI now. Wow. Guess that Fujitsu partnership looks good, I guess. All right, I'm going to add to Microsoft here, and I'll add to Coin as well. I mean, it looks like we're moving higher. So sometimes you got to switch gears, you know. No reason to fight the tape. Big move on Microsoft now. Wow, I like it. Well, I'll get out. I'm out of SMCI now. It was a small build anyway. That's fine. The SPY position did hurt though. Not gonna lie. Wow, what a huge push on Nvidia. We talked about that too at the open. I was gonna get long anything to be here or China names, and ta-da. CVX. I'm just gonna keep that in my portfolio. I don't mind holding that for a longer duration. Here comes coin. Big push now. Maybe get 168. That would be kind of nice. What other news do we have coming up? Take a look. 10:30 natural gas storage. No one cares. Fed Bostic speaks 10:40, and then we've got the 8 and 4 week bill auctions at 11:30. So there's that. It's hard to get too excited right now on coin. I want to see like a big push, 167 handle maybe. I'll get out of BA if we get over 152, my entry. Um, Luckily, we took a partial, and it wasn't a huge move, maybe a point or so on that. I would be really disappointed if this SPY completely collapsed right now, and I got out of my put options here at the high, but it happens. Let's see. What do you guys have on right now? Let's see. I got me earlier. It was just too early on the trade. Yep. Still on this food just for fun. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, Nvidia. I can't. I mean, I can't touch it right now. It's just it's moved too high. Too high, too quick without me. So, all right, I'm gonna get stopped out of BA here. Let's see. It just got over by like 5 cents, but if it pushes up, I'll just market order, get out of that. Well, not a good start for the day for me. We talked about being able to switch gears. We saw it, SPY find some footing just below that 567, and it was off to the races. which again, we've got a few long positions now. Let's see how those work out. Um, but seeing that SPY position kind of go red, that hurt pretty quick. That's the trouble with options too, guys. I mean, that's why they're used as a hedge, not as always as an instrument to trade. Because price decay, when you start looking at the Greeks, I mean, you got gamma, theta, the Greeks basically. Um, and because they're tomorrow's expiration, like if it moves against, like it did, I mean it snaps quick, And I was holding 20 contracts, so figure it moves away from you by 40, 50 cents. That's $1,000 pretty quick. It's also why we have stops in place, etc. So again, not too worried about the day. Again, SPY trade kind of hurt. The Apple trade's still in play. BA right now, this 152.04. I'm not going to get too worried about it just yet, but 152 is a big level for BA. Like 152, 154, and then 162 are kind of the big levels overhead. Coin, what the heck is coin doing now? Come on, Apple, break that low of day. We'll be printing money. Anywhere in the 225 handle, we're making dough on the Apple trade. What else is out there? Looking at the heat map, what's Tesla doing? Ooh, gross. This is a pretty decent pullback. We're green now on Apple, guys. Woohoo! I'll take it. All right, I'm gonna probably get stopped out of Microsoft now. I'm out of coin. I mean, I don't want to wait for this 200 bounce. It probably should have been where I come in, but look at this. Now, guys, this is kind of frustrating. This is really frustrating now. Oh, shoot. Oh well. Good news is Apple, we're making money. CVX just popped. Awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and add to that position, guys. I'm adding long CVX. We're out of Microsoft. We're out of coin. We're making money now, guys. Making money on Apple big time. Big time. I've got a pretty big position on Apple right now to the downside. Look at this breakdown. I'm not sure what's going on. I think maybe something happened in the Middle East conflict. Hopefully, I'm not getting any news right now on that. Yikes, though. Look at this drop. Holy smokes. I'm waiting to get paid on Apple big time, guys. I want to see a break under that 225 again and see it go straight down. And what was that? What was that from? Yes, Biden talks of Israel striking oil facilities. What? Yeah, I'm not sure, guys, where that news is. Just trying to find it right now. RTX, though, moving higher. That's got to be something to do with tensions in the Middle East, guys. RTX it just exploded higher. LMT also ripping. CVX ripping. Yeah, I don't know. I might short Tesla now. 246. No, I'll wait. Maybe there's some, optimism for the 10-10 day. What's pretty wild though, if you watch, we talk about the 200, the 55, et cetera, the VWAP, whatever. Like we broke below that on the SPY. In theory, we should have continued that move lower. The Qs though smacked the 200, and it's like it stopped on a dime. It was met by high frequency trader algos basically stopping that move. But if we break that 200 on the Qs, here, I'll pull it up. I mean, that's the right here. See that yellow line there? We break that 481, call it 4120. It'll get pretty aggressive pretty quick. But the fact that it bounced there on this initial move tells me, there's definitely algos in play, and there's definitely, bulls are here. They're trying to flex. They are trying to flex. So seeing a pullback like that, while it looks scary at first, they're not afraid. They play the game with percentages, not with points, right? OpenAI just got $4 billion in a revolving credit line. Wow. Wow, all the big banks jumped in on that too. JPM, HSBC for that funding round for OpenAI. Wow. Well, we had that exuberant sell-off only to be met with more buying. And now BA lifting. I'm out of BA, guys. I'm getting out of this thing. Because we saw who, like in the initial move, as the tensions continue to rise in the Middle East, like BA was a benefactor, LMT was a benefactor, RTX was a benefactor, oil stocks benefactor, so if those tensions continue to worsen, those are the names that are likely going to move higher. Meanwhile though, BA, again, so they make a lot of the helicopters, right? But still, I mean, their business is in trouble, to say the least. And it's almost like an inverse relationship. You're seeing, markets might go down, but certain stocks start to outperform, including Chinese stocks, right? Yeah, there was a blurb. Actually, I found it the other day. Hold on. I mentioned I would try to find it for you guys. Where is it? Ooh, we might sell off here. My thesis was maybe correct after all, just the wrong entries. Hold on. And we're still in the Apple trade. I'm going to hold on to Apple. And frankly, I might be able to hold on to it until I see 223. We'll see. I'll trim up on the way down, but I'm looking for a bigger move. That SPY put option debacle cost me more money than I care to admit, but normally I would have been out a lot sooner, but just got sniped on that one. So China's encouraging stock buybacks, and there's verbiage that China would help ensure that no losses on those loans for stock buybacks will be executed against the companies. So it's basically a guarantee. Like, hey, go buy more, own more of your company, and you won't be penalized if you lose money. What? And so if you guys are wondering, like, how the heck China stocks are doing so well, on top of the stimulus, on top of the reverse repos that it's one of our big strategies here in the US. to control money flow in the markets. But they're kind of using a lot of our moves, I'd say. On top of it, though, they're ensuring no losses to be incurred on stock buybacks, guys. Like, we've never done that in the U.S. Come on, Apple, time to break down. This could be a huge, huge winner from you guys if Apple breaks down. Do I add SMCI in my original entry? Sure, why not? This is going to be frustrating if the SPY breaks down. I can always get back in though. I'm watching the Qs here, guys. 482 maybe. Let's see if we find support here. If not, I may start building a short position on the Qs. BST, yeah, I like BST. Futu, what a monster trade though, Mark. I don't know if you're still in that, but that's huge. Yeah, VST was one of the only ones I had for long day. Nvidia, BST, and CVX. And if I look back, Nvidia would have been, I would have crushed it on Nvidia. But hey, just focused on building the, some different positions, and I don't mind. I mean, huge move though. So congrats if you were able to take that. Guys, markets looking very like feeble, weak. Pick your favorite word. There goes the break on Apple, guys. Let's go. Let's get paid on this one. Let's go. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and add a little bit early to SMCI. I think we're seeing markets tank here. What a game of patience today. Really kind of disappointed on the SPY trade. Took a L there, but man, that would have been sweet, wouldn't it? Oh well. Not gonna cry about it in front of you guys anyway. Let's see if we get a bigger move to the downside now. Would be nice. Again, notice that 225 level on Apple. Come on, don't do it. That would really suck. Seeing such a big drop there, it's kind of a little more conviction that people want this market to aim lower. And what happens at these big levels, guys? At these big levels, you find more buyers, right? 225, big level for Apple. There's a ton of money, like billions and billions of dollars at that 225 level. So if it breaks that level, that's the table stakes change now. SMCI, guys, there's people that still own that stock when it was like $1,000. So you imagine, you know, yeah, Seth. No, hey man, it's okay. We're human, right? We can all make mistakes. The big thing, and I could spend hours talking about it, I won't, but look, risk management is a big part of trading. I'd say it's probably one of the most important things about trading. It's one thing to you know, hope and pray for a position to work out. Like, that's just gambling at that point, right? But I came in with a plan today. The plan was I wanted to short Apple. I wanted to short the SPY. I wanted, and when it moved against me, I had to have, risk parameters in place to get out of the way. Like, does it hurt to lose, $1,000 on a couple, some put options for the SPY? Yeah, of course it does. The good news is, for me, I've had a great week this week. Nice green week, chunky green week. So I didn't mind kind of, I've been bearish for a while now, as you guys know. And for whatever reason, I was getting caught in the chop versus just, sticking to my plan, which was I was bearish and wanted to short markets and missed big legs, big moves. Um, so now I'm like, look, I'm just going to stick to my plan, which was I'm going to short. It didn't work out. Arguably, I could have had a second chance to get in around that 569 level on the SPY, but it ran me over. It hit me once. I'm in the queues now, right? So to your point, I mean, um, I really don't. I want to make sure all you guys, we all make money, right? But it's not up to me. It's sometimes obviously markets have control over that more so than we do. But the good news is we can't control how much we win, but we can control how much we lose. Does that make sense? Like that's how I look at it. So when you're looking at risk management, collectively, it's if you're in a right position, and that's why we talk about rule number one: pay yourself first, right? If you're starting to get paid on a position, it's okay to take money off the table and let some runners do the dance, right? I mean, you can YOLO, sure, but you run the risk of not being a profitable trader for very long, right? Because if YOLO a big position and you get it wrong, you're out of the game pretty quick, right? Um, so it's why I call it rule number one. Call it whatever you want, but for me anyway, like taking a loss like that today, it's $1,000. I'm up like 7, 8,000 on the week. So I don't mind giving back 1,000, but I was wrong, right? So my entry was wrong, my sizing was, you know, wrong, and it's okay to be wrong. Like that break when I was talking, hey, it's firming up on the SPY, right then and there, realistically should have been where I get out. Like I saw it, firming up, but I was like, well, in the event it breaks down, this is the time, and it didn't. And we're seeing it even right now in the SPY, right? Like it's trying to hold that 567 level. But if it breaks below that, adios, man. It's down we go. So sticking to A, your plan, and B, risk management, big part of being a profitable trader. And again, taking a little bit of an L in that position, fine. But I'm up big on Apple now, like big. So that $1,000, I don't care anymore. You know. And now SMCI, if SMCI can tank here, guys, I mean this could be a big print for me too. Because I'll add to this position here. I don't mind. So yeah, shout out to you, Seth. I held my shorts. It paid out, and it's because I have a hard time switching bias. I feel strongly. It's hurt in the past 100%, Jared. Yep. Easy way to ruin your mental cool and confidence. You'll be wrong. Amen to that, Jared. Yep. President Biden says we were discussing Israel striking and Iran oil. So yeah, Kev, thank you for sharing that. Anyway, I digress. I don't want to, come over here and tell you guys how you should be trading every single, cent that you got. That's your job, right? But it is important to A, have a plan, B, pay yourself first, C, risk management, right? Like if you go into trade and you go, hey, I'm willing to risk X, whatever X is, it could be $20, it could be $1,000, it could be $20,000, whatever that number is. Respect it. Respect that and what you'll find is you actually become more confident as a trader, more calm as a trader, which is, I mean, guys, I'm looking at any given time, 12 to 16 stocks, maybe more, plus a bunch of indices, plus news, plus, I mean, there's a lot going on. And then, of course, like trying to chat with you guys here, et cetera. So there's a lot going on at any given time. But if you can't do it calmly, you start making rash decisions that ultimately will cost you money. So keep an eye on the SPY here and the cues. Does it break here? Uh-oh. 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 I'll trim up my cues here in just a moment. Again, paying myself first. So now guess what, guys? We have a beautiful, beautiful green day. Beautiful. Now look at Apple, guys. Bye-bye. SMCI, let's go. Notice it hits that 200, like right on the dot and bounces. You guys see that? Kind of interesting to see, right? SPY's getting heavy here. Qs might break the low of day here, guys. Be careful if you are long. Yeah, for a second there, Seth, I thought maybe it was you like to hear when I'm losing. I'm kidding, man. Totally kidding. We're all here so we can learn and grow from each other, right? And make some money, become better traders at the end of the day. So that's all we can hope for. Got out of the Qs a little bit, trimmed up a bit. I'm taking some off of Apple as well. Again, banking a nice green day, why not? But you know, I'd love to see more, to be honest, but I won't complain. Starting off with that SPY trade that took me for a grand. That's never fun. And now the question is there a bigger break coming? Or do we find some footing again? Another question mark. Like again, SMCI right here off that 200. Perfect technical structure right there. You know, the fact that Apple's respecting this 225 has me worried a little bit. And then we're getting some footing here. That's why we pay ourselves first. Did I get the 223, the 22, 220? No, but I mean, I made money on the trade. I got to pay myself. Rule number one. I'm actually really more concerned about a big random sell-off. Like seeing some of this behavior, fine. When people just maybe are getting worried as the news comes out. But what I'm more concerned about is like here, I'll put this up here. So you build everybody up, you take some profits. Look at how big these red bars are, like control bars, basically. Now we're getting bullish engulfing behavior. What I'm worried about is if literally people go, hey, look, we got retailers to buy the dip. See you later. And we see a candle like literally that big on the SPY and the Qs, which would be a ton of money exiting markets. And it would trap a lot of people, namely retail traders. And like that's the troubling thing of sometimes when you see what these hedge funds and big institutions can do. I mean, they don't care about, again, 50 cents, a dollar. They don't care about that. They care about percentage points. Their game is points in terms of percentage, not points how we're looking at it as in a dollar, right? So if they go, hey, look, like we made, in fact, there was a report that Goldman Sachs puts out, like the number of days where they make over $25 million in a day. And I mean, I could find it, but it was something ridiculous where it's like, oh, now I get why those are the top dogs. Because it's like out of 250 trading days, I think there were over 25 million, like number of days over 25 million or whatever. Maybe it's 250 million, whatever it was. The number was huge. And no joke, it was like 186 days out of 250 days. of trading, like just monster days. And that's the thing; they can move markets pretty quickly. And for them, it's like, cool, I made my 9%, 12%, 18%, 32%, whatever the number is, and then just dump whatever they don't want. And if you're on the wrong side of that, my friends, ouch, right? Okay, coin. Let's pull it up. Kind of like coin short as long as it stays under that VWAP. Jared, yep, I'd say so too. Yeah. I mean, right now, so think of risk on, risk off assets. Coin, Bitcoin is a risk on asset, meaning if people are like, hey, we're getting bullish on everything, coin will naturally move higher, right? Risk on. But if we're in a risk off environment, um, yeah, coin, we will stay away from that. And I got suckered into it a little bit too today. I mean, I was keeping an eye on it. Notice you guys look at my watch list; it was on the watch list: oil and financial stocks plus coin. Um, so I got kind of trapped in that. Oh yeah, maybe it's going to take off here because we saw what markets were doing, and then nope, didn't work out. Luckily, it wasn't that big of a position. I mean, if I would have hit that thing for like 1,000 shares and it dropped a point, I would have been pretty upset about that. All right, guys, let's see. The real move of the day should show up here. We start chopping around left, right, center. I'm going to trim up a lot of my stuff here and get ready to call it. Scott should be here around 11 o'clock. So we have a trimmed up position on Apple. We took a partial. I really want to see a 220 print on Apple. So if that happens today, great. If it takes a week, fine. 227 will still be my stop on the remaining position. SMCI, look, I added a little bit here with the break over the VWAP. Got paid on that on the way down as we bounced off this 200. Not too worried about that trade, to be honest. So whatever happens to that, I'm happy to break even on the remaining position there. BA, luckily I didn't click. 15213, like I was waiting for like a bigger candle to move higher. So we're still in that. We got a couple runners there. It's not a huge position. We still have puts on the Qs. And I'm tempted right now to potentially short Tesla or Meta. Meta is a little too strong for me, to be honest. But Tesla looks ripe right here. 24450. Oh, did I miss it? I think I missed it. Maybe I have a chance here. Let's see what it does here at the bottom. It may be shorting Tesla here in a bit, guys. Tesla, where are you, Tesla? Tesla 24460. Why not? It'll be a build. Basically, I need it to break the low of day. It might bounce here. So if it bounces, then over this candle right here, what is that? 245.67. So it's literally a point. So if it bounces above that, I'll get out of that position. Looking to see if we get a takedown. If we do, then happy to add. But this is a small position. In fact, I probably should have just waited up here at the 247 and change, but it's okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bad price action there. I'm going to add to Tesla half size if we break that low a day, guys. SPY's getting heavy. Q's getting heavy. I think we might have another leg lower, guys. 480.88 was a key level I was keeping an eye on the Qs for a while. That's why I paid myself as we broke through that the first time. We break through it again. We should see a new low of day on the Qs. So breaking that 480 level down to 470s, 479. Just remember 476 to 474, most highly traded zone. We've been talking about that level for months. So if you see that happen, just know in that 474 to 476 area, we're probably going to see some buyers. There's my half ad on Tesla, guys. Let's see if we get actual follow through on this move. One time. Let's go. Big pullback on Nvidia now. Apple, we still got plenty. I mean, I'm just letting that thing print for me today. There we go. I'd love to see 225 just snap like that. It was holding, big support, low, big support. Now it gives up. Here comes Tesla. Everything's shifting, guys, to the downside. Be very, very, very careful. Come on, Tesla. Let's go, baby. And I will take some off of Tesla in 3, 2, 1. Money, baby. Printed. Paid myself first. Nice little partial there. We'll let the rest dance. Why not? We're rocking it now, guys. We've got a nice green day. We're up over 2,600 bucks. Let's go. That's a nice day from being down 1,000. I mean, it was a little more than 1,000 today, but that SPY trade really got me. To be honest, here comes Apple. Come on, Apple, sell off. Go to like 210. Wow, tricky day, that's for sure. I think the big sell's coming right now. This candle, like a big selling coming. Watch the Qs here in the SPY. Watch this. This MCI I don't really care about. So here's the SPY. See how it's hesitating here? I'm watching the level 2 as well. And there's huge blocks that are just moving around. They're just shifting. Like people want to get out, but they're not sure how to fill their order. Question is that buy side or sell side? It looks like a sell side imbalance here. Guys, be careful here. I can't make out what if that's buy side volume or sell side volume. Oh, let's see. Wow. Where is nope. Apple printing now, Tesla's printing. I'm actually starting to genuinely like look at Microsoft aim lower, BA's moving lower. Meta's starting to bounce though. I'm not sure what's going on there. Coin tanking. This might be the takedown. Let's see. Tesla might find some buyers here, which is fine. That's why we paid ourselves on that drop. Keep an eye on VST, CVX as well right now. Also NVIDIA. Apple though, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You can continue to fall, please. Thank you. Guys, I think today's the day the SPY sees 565 again. Too bad. I'll take some off of my additional Apple position just in case. Still have plenty of size if it continues. Okay. Looks like buyers offset that imbalance there. Wow. Okay. Get out of the rest of Tesla. Good news is we paid ourselves. Rule number one, right? Pay yourself first. So we got paid on Tesla. This gross price action today, guys. You know, seeing this big control bar followed by that control bar. Now we did a 3-step. Now we're getting a bullish engulf. Guys, this is like recipe for losing money. I'm going to take my money and I'm going to call it, I think, guys. I think Scott should be here in about 15 minutes. So I'll keep a little bit of this Apple position. Again, I don't like that it keeps trying to, you know, test this 225 level and then barely dip lower. I mean, what's the low of the day? 224.40. So it, you know, went down 60 cents. So that could, this is starting to feel like a trap. Like seeing this level of, you know, bullish behavior, massive sell, and then have first time bullish engulf, right? Sell even deeper, bullish engulf. Like that's ugly. Which tells me I think bulls are going to take over now. So I'm going to get out of the way. I'm not going to arm wrestle these guys and lose. I'll just take my money. So I'll keep Apple, you know, moving it to the downside. We've got a small position left on SMCI as well. I trimmed up the Qs, the puts that I had on the Qs. So if the Qs continue, I'm actually going to put, let's see, I'll put a 40-cent trail on the Qs. So if we move higher, I'll be out pretty quick. If we move down, good. But I really, this price action on the SPY right here, guys, is ugly. I don't like that at all. You want to talk about indecision? There it is. Zero continuity, zero follow through. And let's talk about, you know, growing tensions in the Middle East. Let's talk about the fact that, you know, 0.5% rate cut. Are they hiding something? Like there's so many variables right now. And to see big institutions, even these guys are confused. Like that's what this tells me, right? We're seeing, oh yeah, good, you know, good S&P data today, right? What time was that thing at? The composite and services PMI 945. Boom, it rips. Then you find big sellers, and big buyers, and big sellers, and big buyers, and big sell. Like that level of confusion at the biggest institutions in the planet that we just talked about, the 25 plus million or whatever billion a day that they make. I actually really want to find that report. It's in the Goldman Sachs. If you look at any of their earnings, it's in there. It's like in the back pages. But like this is now, guess what? As bearish as that looked, this bounce looks super bullish now. VST is making a new high day. Amazing. CVX, good news. I'm actually going to add some more CVX. Anyway, let me get caught up. Let me see what y'all are saying on them. Kind of like coin. Yeah. BTC red today helps them. Yeah. PDD may reach VWAP. Short it at close. Okay. 50 shares for me always hurt myself in Tesla. Great trade. Yep. TSM is selling trade for now. Waiting for money. TSM, let me pull it up. Let's do it here. Again, I'm gonna get out of a lot of these short positions, guys. Bank my profit. I've got a feeling that that looks now very bullish. This bounce. It's gross though. You know what I mean? Like it's not. This is not. I wouldn't even say it's a technical setup. Technically, you got downtrend here, downtrend, like push higher, but now you create a downtrend. You just broke out of that downtrend temporarily, right? Very short term downtrend, right? If you did this, as soon as you crossed over right there, boom, you're over the 200 VWAP 55, boom, take off. So I'm actually going to look for some long positions now. I'm definitely not going to go long Apple. We're out of that Tesla trade, by the way. So I might consider going long Tesla now. Let's see. Congrats on the TSM trade. Who was it? Seth. Very nice. You see the difference there, my friend? This one's for you, buddy. Believe it or not, I want all of you guys to make money in the stock market. Yeah, cool. So Seth, it looks like you took some of the trades that I wanted to trade for the long side, and you're benefiting from it, yeah? So Clifton, go ahead and send Seth the invoice, right? I'll get 50% of his gains today. Totally kidding, man. Let's see. 2-1, yeah. Right on, Seth. Great trade, buddy. Appreciate that. Yeah, VST and VDA were the two trades I was bullish this morning. And if you look at both of them, I would say that was a pretty good call. The issue is I didn't take it. If I hit this dip instead of messing around with Apple and these other ones, I'd be up huge. I wanted to go full size actually right around here. Like I wanted to see it dip. When I saw it dip, I kind of turned away and looked for other things. But right there, that 127.50 area, that 200, like this is my lie detector right here. So if you guys aren't using your 200 EMA, I recommend that you do, because if you look, I mean, I don't care, name a stock, TSM, sure. As soon as we get above that 200, adios, we move higher. Right now we're above the 200 on SPY, right? Broke this little mini trend, short-term trend here. I'm not going to say it's a long-term trend, but on the day, intraday. But now in theory, you should move a little bit higher. Qs look the same. As soon as you got above the 200, boom, take off. Once you went below 200, oopsie. Right? So like, I mean, any stock, it doesn't matter which one you look at. I'm finding that seems to be like, look at this. You get above the 200, holds, takes off, gets back to the 200, bounces, get back to the 200, bounces. Do you see that? And I get it. There's VWAP and a bunch of other stuff in around that area, but I mean, we were watching this one live, right? Big push, came back, hit the 200 on the nose, just bounced again, right? So if you see a 200 break, down you go. Now the question is how long? will you go down? And that's kind of the question I'm at. Like Apple, look at it. As soon as here we go. Above the 200, higher. Bounce off the 200, higher. Break the 200, hasn't seen it since. Kind of interesting, right? Obviously, and I'm sure, where's he at? Mark, the what do you, the train station map, isn't that what you call it? With all my lines on these charts. So again, tricky market today, guys. It's again, have a plan, take partials, pay yourself, risk management. I may actually make a shirt that says you can't control how much money you'll make in the markets. I mean, it's actually too many words, probably, but you can control how much money you give back to markets, and that's the truth. So risk management, big part of this game. Um, being cool, calm, and collected, big part of this game. Excuse me. Yeah, because like I think some of you guys, I got a private note. Someone was asking why did you pick BA this morning? I'll tell you exactly why. Right there. Breach of the 200 right into the close yesterday. Hasn't looked back. Apple, same thing. Right there. And this is after hours, obviously. But as soon as it broke that, it had trouble. It got above it, and I was thinking, man, I'm in big trouble now. If I don't, like, my plan was to build a big short position on Apple. You guys know why. I think I've told you guys numerous times. Not a big fan of their new phone. So seeing this, breakdown of the 200, perfect. Once we went through it though, guys, like it was game over. Now the question is how low does it go? I'll hold it. I don't care. I got a very small position left in BA, but look, it hasn't gone back to the 200. Look at any stock. LMT, as soon as it got above this 200, look at this. Boom, huge push. Went below it, didn't think it was going to bounce. Then, bad news in Middle East also just kind of added to that. Got above the 200, and it's just chopped around that 200 all the time. Netflix. I like Netflix to short, actually. In fact, I might short it. Why? 200's up here. VWAP is here. Low of day is 700 exactly. So we break 700, maybe we win. I will take this right here, small position, 703, whatever I feel. Let's see if I can get a decent fill here. Pull it up. What's the spread? 90 cents, a dollar? What? All right, I'll do a small size. We'll start with like 20 shares. Netflix, short. Let's see if I get a decent fill here. Oh, come on. It's literally it's a dollar. All right, here we go. I like that Apple's moving lower. Perfect. Guys, be careful. Markets more broadly starting to sell a bit. AMD pulling back here. What's NVIDIA doing? Well, I think it's time for toilet. It's going to toilet. All right, I got a really bad fill on Netflix, so I won't even post it. But I'm short Netflix, very small size. 703.62. What the heck is that about? Let's pull it up. MSTR. I would say so. Didn't they have a split recently on MSTR? Let's do big chart real quick. Sorry, I was trying some new That's what I called it. I could have sworn they had a split recently. Yeah, right here. What was that? August 8th? Let's see. Yeah. I mean, frankly, this rejection up here at the 200. We talked about it even at the open, guys, right? Like if you don't have this 200 on your chart, that's fine. But I would use the 1 minute for kind of intraday price action, but 5 minute obviously is, I think, bigger level for the big boys. 15 minute, you're starting to look more like swing trader slash investors. But if you're intraday, this 200 has been a very, very reliable indicator. So I've been shorting it down here. You might have missed the move, Seth. Remember, DVG, when you trade, you can only lose 100%, but the gains can be exponential. Yeah, sure. My whole thing is, specifically when it comes to trading, like sometimes I have to remind myself, if you make, let's just use an example of a number. If you make $1,000 a day, there's 250 trading days in a year, typically, give or take, right? Holidays sometimes, overlap and whatever. But you figure for easy math, 250 days in a year to trade. If you make $1,000 a day, that's 250 grand a year you make trading. Now, obviously, you know, I'm not a tax advisor. I'm not here to just as financial advice. Cue the disclaimer. Where's but fundamentally, like, where else can you do that? Now it's hard to do that every single day. That's the beauty of trading is like you learn more about price action. You learn more just every day. There's something you can learn about trading, which is why I actually love this business so much. Every day I feel stupid in this business because I'm like the old Voltaire quote, right? The more I read, the more I know nothing. I'm probably butchering that quote, but it's similar to that, right? Where every day I learn something new in this business. It's amazing. I love it. But what I'm trying to note there is like, look, if you make $200 a day, $300 a day, you do the math. Like you got to make 400 bucks a day doing this to make 100 grand a year consistently. Like that's a lot of money. A lot of people, work really hard to make that kind of money. Um, so I say that in a sense, like if you treat this as a legitimate business and you look at it as, hey, this is, you know, where I'm going to make my money, where I'm going to invest my time, effort, and energy to learn. Like you don't get $100,000 job if you have like no relevant skills in that particular job, right? I mean, to get $100,000 job, you got to have a certain set of skills, or $200,000, whatever it is. A lot of people have to go to multiple degrees, so on and so forth. So why would you treat this any different, right? If you know that that's the level of effort it takes to get a job that pays that much, as an example, right? Then you should treat this business the same with that same level of respect, that same level of intensity, right? So I don't know. Like I have to remind myself that sometimes, I'm like, oh man, that sucks. I only made $600 today. Like what? There's a lot of people that don't make that money in a month or a week, you know? So being grateful, big part of this game. So Seth, you're taking MSCR? Right on. Good luck, man. Hope you crush it on that one. What else, guys? What are you guys looking at? CVX, decent pullback to the VWAP right now. Again, this is one I don't mind, holding even through the conflict. I think CVX really well run company. Um, my real like ambitious price for CVX is like down like 143, but I mean, kind of missed that, right? Okay, I'm going to take a very, very small partial on Apple. I'm going to leave some size to run. Like I'm going to move my stop actually to right there, 225.52. Can't lose on that trade now. Netflix, I thought we'd see a quicker breakdown. Worth noting, pretty low volume, 548,000 shares. So wasn't expecting a huge move right out the gate. But if we see markets continue to move lower, well, probably should see that happen in names like Netflix. So yeah, Seth, be mindful of your stops here because this thing could pop on MSCR. I'm gonna swap this out for something else. I'm actually gonna go to BST actually. I mean, what a move. What a move. 7%. Oh, Amazon. I'll take a look at that here in a minute, Jared. Pull it up. Netflix, it's such a small position. I don't really mind, but I'll actually protect 706.90. Stop on that. It's a really small position, so I don't mind. I was more so looking at that for just 200 comment. Yeah, it's just Amazon. I was actually looking at it short this morning. We got in 182.50, like right in this like bounce, went down, took a partial, and then it just started moving again. So unfortunately, I ended up getting stopped out of that at break even because I was messing around with SMCI and Apple at the time. So, but yeah, I liked it to the downside, no doubt. Frankly, because what have we been talking about for a little bit, right? Check out the yellow line. That's a 200 EMA, not an SMA, an EMA. Why an EMA? For me, mathematically, it makes a little more sense. Oh, hey, Scott. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Better than when I woke up this morning, so we're on the right path. Let's put it that way. So, traders, good morning and welcome to a Thursday session here. Sorry for the tardy to the party, but got the electrician today, walked through the entire house, replacing, 60 outlets, and all the stuff that comes with a flood. So, what can I say? Happy to be on the other side, not happy that I have to go through the process, but it is what it is, right?
You and the family okay though, Scott? I take it.
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Just, attitude is a little bent, but other than that, we're fine. Not a problem. But how's trading today? Where are we at with everything?
I'll tell you what, it's another
Yep, Joseph, we did.
It's kind of an ugly day bouncing around. Like we had some decent news on this morning for the S&P composite data came out, and then we had ISM data come out. Markets move favorably, and then if you just take a look at the SPY, that'll kind of tell you just how mixed emotions people are about these markets. My plan today, Scott, was I was short markets. I was bearish at the open.
Right.
Put on a few positions, got ran over by the SPY because I took some contracts on that. So $8,000 loss on that, and then was building into Apple short, and that obviously has worked out. Same with BA, excuse me, and SMCI. But we talked about a few long positions this morning. One being Nvidia, the other being Vistra, VST. I unfortunately didn't take those long, but I think a few folks in our community took that. So, VST is up 7%. Monster move here, and then Nvidia looks like it had a pretty nice move to the upside, 3% today. So, and obviously a little higher earlier, but yeah, market's just kind of chopping around here now.
Yep.
I still have some Apple short and some SMCI short. I was shorting it like up in this area. Started here, started building, and once we broke this VWAP, I took partials at the 200. Now let's see if we get a break under this 200 EMA. So
yeah, I heard from a good source that they're going to fix the shipping issue. So that may be imminent in the next few days, if not by Monday, is what I heard from a pretty reliable source. Now I don't know if that's you know, if that's going to happen or whatever. But he says this guy's on the inside, so I'm like, okay, that's good, especially for us here in the flood zone, so to speak. So it is devastating, and for those of you that don't know, I mean, the flooding and the overall just destruction is just unbelievable. If you think about it, those of you that can hear my voice, think about this: that if you're in a single family home and you're sitting in your office or wherever you're trading, take a look around at all of your belongings, like couches, chairs, your desk, computers, everything. And then imagine taking all of that stuff that you're looking at right now and taking it out to the curb of your property where the garbage comes and stacking it probably 12 feet high with everything that you own. And your house is just vacant, and it's wet, and it was wet, and it's wet, and now the drywall has to come out. So there's so many people displaced that it's just incredible. That you just can't even fathom. When you drive down the street, it's just piles of, maybe the piles 30-foot long by 10-foot high of all the contents in people's homes. So that's how devastating it is. So I know a lot of people, you know, obviously want to know what's going on with myself. And for us, we were within a day of closing, and you know, the good Lord said, "You're not closing because a hurricane is coming." So the hurricane came, and the house that we were buying took on about 3 feet of water. Wow. So you could say that it was a blessing in the respect that we weren't moved in, because if we were moved in, it would be all of our stuff on the corner. So we have all of our stuff in storage, and now we're working with the people to rebuild the home, and that's kind of where we're at. So it's going to be, you know, here and there where I may not be here in the morning, and I'll, like yesterday, I'll tell you what, DVG, I messaged you and you got it. Yesterday I was here at 3 o'clock. I traded from 3 to 4. I had one trade, made about 700 or so on the trade, and then was done for the day, and that worked out good. I'm going to come back today as well. It's in St. Petersburg, but if you look on a map and you look at St. Petersburg, Florida, if you go down all the way to the furthest south, which is called Paso Grill, it's at the end, and you go all the way to Clearwater. Clifton knows because Clifton lives here, but if you go from Paso Grill, Clifton, all the way to Clearwater, and probably up towards you on the water, anything that's on the water, the surge just, you know, 3 feet into the house. So wow, it's just yeah, toast. Yep, exactly. So
wow. Yeah, I saw some videos, Scott, of like people just, you know, like on a regular street, like it's like a community street, and there was literally like boats that from the surge, like in front of people's front yards, like not parked on a trailer, that literally, you know, were thrown into the street, into the house from the surge. And I'm like, wow, that's pretty wild. Like I remember out in Texas, like I mentioned, the Hurricane Harvey, that was unbelievably devastating. I'd never seen anything like that in my life. I mean, literally, it was like 12 feet of water everywhere, like in the entire state or city rather of Houston. It was crazy. But yeah, there's definitely, like when you mentioned the hurricanes showing up, I'm like, man, you let me know whatever you need, because they're wild, man. So I'm glad you and your family are safe. Belongings can always be replaced, but life can't be. So glad that you guys are okay.
Yep. Yeah. So that's the real deal. I appreciate that very much, DVG. You know, the real thing is that there's just so many displaced people. We're thankful. And you talk about, so I actually took a picture yesterday. So think about this, you all. If you have a street, right, down on the street, you go down the street, and in this case, in St. Petersburg, you have houses on the left, houses on the right, and in the backyards of both of those houses is the water, is the intercoastal, right? So yesterday when we went to the house, there was a crane, and I'm talking a mammoth crane, like I'll give you a for instance, a crane that would sit not in your driveway, but in the street, okay? The crane is in the street. The boom of the crane, the arm of the crane is over the house and down the other side into the water. That's how massive it is. I mean, probably like a crane like you would see out on like a barge, like an oil rig. And that crane was going around and it was taking boats that were displaced. So in the condo that we're in right now, we have a boat. There's probably, let's see, 80 units. There's probably 44 boat slips here. And the one boat, which happens to be our friends, the boat came away from the lift and went across the waterway. And the water was so high, it ended up in the backyard of another house.
Wow.
So they have to take the crane and they have to go in the front of that house, pick up the boat, bring it back over the house and put it on a trailer and then bring it back to wherever if they're gonna scrap it or put it back in the water.
Jeez.
So it's devastating. And those are smaller boats. There's 50-foot boats that are in people's backyards right now. So it's just you can't even, if you drove somewhere, you wouldn't even believe it. So
Wow.
now back to trading. Is there any stock that's up today? Because I didn't do my homework this morning because I had to leave early.
Yeah, there's
Is there
quite a
any
few.
stock that's up in this down market?
Yeah, so we've got Nvidia's up. We've got
Okay.
ABGO. So a lot of the chip names are doing pretty well. Majority of the tech names are kind of down. So Amazon's down, Tesla's down.
Yeah.
The energy side of the house is doing okay today. So we're seeing Exxon, Chevron. I kind of had those up actually earlier. But I'd say collectively, overall market's somewhat sideways, sideways to down maybe. But definitely seeing favorable moves in the energy space and Meta for whatever reason. It's the stock I've been wanting to short for forever, and every time I look at shorting it, it just keeps moving higher. So I'm not shorting it. I'll tell you what, Scott. How long you plan on being here?
I'm gonna be here till noon, and then I'll come back at 3. So
Okay.
I'll be here I'd like to get a trade on today, just because I'm jonesing to get something on, but I got to see. I'm not going to trade just to trade, but I'd like to see. That's why I'd asked if anything was up today in this down market, because that's got some strength, right?
Yeah. VST was the big one. So I called VST and Nvidia this morning. Those seem to be doing okay.
Okay.
SMCI had some news come out that they're doing a deal with Fujitsu for like liquid cooled systems. So that was a big push this morning. I was kind of shorting into that strength just because I think SMCI has bigger problems than a partnership, aka their books, right? I don't know if you guys been following that story with SMCI, but so after post split, now it's kind of nice because I can grab a big chunky position, because the share is only $42.
Yeah.
So grabbing 1,000 shares or whatever is a lot easier to do. But yeah, right now majority of my positions, Scott, are short. I went long for a little bit, and then we saw markets kind of turn around a bit. So tell you what, I'll stick around when you take your first couple trades here. I'm gonna step away, go grab some water, and
no doubt.
I might trade with you till about noon if you're good with that. But that'll be kind of where I call it for the day.
Yep. Good.
I'll be right back.
Good. Okay, thank you to DVG and Aggie and Clifton for taking over, and everybody here in the room for hanging in there, as I've just personally need to handle the family and handle the business here of putting back a roof over our head and getting on with life. As you know, it's just so precious, and every moment that you're here and you're trying to make a difference, it just becomes harder and harder, especially when you have things that are out of your control. Things that you can control, when you mess up, that's on you, right? So there's only one, like I always say, there's only one. It's just like trading. There's only one person to blame, right? And that, when you have a loss, that's you. You can just look in the mirror, and that's the person who you could put the blame on. So if you're, if you're wondering and you're trading, what am I doing? There's only one person to look at. But in this situation here, I can't, it's out of my control. I don't like that. Nobody does, when things are out of your circumstance. So that's why it becomes so trying and testing for a lot of people, especially people that don't have a ton of patience with either process or, environment, weather, things like that. So, but I do know one thing. I do know one thing that, trading in general can help a lot of the hardships go away. It also creates a lot of hardships. There's no doubt about it. When people are not proficient and they're not profitable, it's tough. I get it. Been there, done that, and I'd never make light of that because it is a tough situation. But the focus and the continued move and continued focus on getting better every day is super important and has to take priority in your life to be able to make things happen. It doesn't come easy. If it was easy, like everybody says, everybody would be doing it, right? So long Mara sound. Okay, put Mara up here. Let me take a look at it. I like this VST 2 over 133. I'm going to take this trade. I'll post it here, small share size here, VST, right? VST long 133. Well, I mean, it's not too spready. It's just kind of slow moving here. So let's watch it at the 133. Small share size, add at 134. Come on. Give us a little bit of room here this late in the morning with VST. We'll see what happens here. And no trade yet, 133 entry. Okay. Let's see. It's a, let me see, NVDA. Yeah, I mean, I like it 123. It's not a huge mover today, but 123, maybe you get 40, 50 cents out of it. Market's got a turn. VST looks like it's heading lower, obviously. Kind of slow right now, but that's okay. Yeah, it looks like VST is heading down now. Just broke the VWAP, so no trade there. Kind of the line in the sand right here. I mean, it's been, I did, when it was sitting here at that 132.50, I just like the next rung up, which is 133 on the whole number, and then towards high a day. I think this will turn now. It's kind of bouncing off the VWAP. Let's see if we get this move now. Could probably take it 132. I'm going to make that call here and go 132 if we come back up here. Get in $1 earlier than we'll add at 133. on VST. NVDA popping now. Tesla 2 off the ground. I'm long VST. Let's go. First trade of the day, VST at 132. Going to add at 133, target 134. Remember yesterday we had that V-bottom recovery off of the Tesla trade here. Let's see if we can get it off of VST. If this market will continue, we should be really good. Go. 133 add now. Watch the 133 add off of the VST trade here. Coin's starting to get a bid as well. We'll put coin where AVGO is, or where Bubba is. Let's go AVGO. We'll put coin here. Almost back to even for the day. Maybe a small pullback here, and then we go here. We got about 40 cents to go on VST. Remember, certainly not about the number of trades that you make. It's the number of green trades that you make. So just be patient with what you're doing. Let this market come to you. Have your positions there, your entry, your first partial, your stop loss. Let's see if we can continue this recovery off the bottom. Okay, here we go with the VST trade. Remember, about 9 more cents to go. We go full share size now up the ladder with a dollar target. Okay, target now is going to be that 134. So be patient here with this. Again, we've added to full share size now. It's going to be a heck of a trade. Coin looking to go green. VST target, we're going to get close to that 134. So we revised it down to the 132 level. We got in there. We added at 133, which is a point higher for full share size trade. And then we're going to target 134 here. If we get close to it, I'll pull out there just because of the time of the day. People are going to be taking their lunch hour on Wall Street in New York City. And we will be doing the same thing here as we break for the morning session in about 20 minutes. I think if I get out of this trade here, I'll be done for the morning as well. One trade, and it hopefully will come out and pan out perfectly here. About 52 cents to go to the upside now on VST. Tesla curling back over NVDA, Bubba, so watch yourself on VST here. Going to stick in the trade. Let's not let that be a spike here. Let's continue the candle, hopefully. Scott V, take care. Have a great rest of your afternoon and rest of your day. I think we have more in the tank here. Yep, sure do. Let's watch it here as we go. About 60 cents to go. I mean, we could take 60 cents about like that if the market just turns right now. Coming up on that 133.50 here, we take that out. We should have a clear shot at that 134 area. And remember, it's like playing hand grenades. If you get close, we're going to be okay here. I don't necessarily need to have the top at 134, although we've been up over 135 today. So this V-bottom recovery could take us up to the high of the day. If the market continues, I'm just worried about, quite frankly, the time of the day right now. Okay, you know what, traders? This is going to be it for me. I'm going to take it off here at the 133.80. I think we're going to hit that 134, 133.86. Here we go. 133.90. This is it for me, traders. 133.90. I'm coming out selling 3/4 of the share size here on the VST trade, and 133.90. I am out 3/4 of the trade. And really, that's how you do it, traders. One trade right now. We went full share size. It's all you need, and that's what we do here in the 44 trading room. Not every day, but most of the time, we're about a good 70% to 80% of our trades are profitable here, going for ringers each and every day here that we trade. That's going to do it for me. One trade this morning session worked out really good. The electricians worked out really good, and the one trade on VST. So hopefully you took that with me here. You've had an incredible morning session. I'll be back today at 3 o'clock, run you into the 4 o'clock closing bell, and looking forward to trading with everybody. So have the rest of your great morning, lunch, afternoon. I'll see you back at 3. We'll trade that last hour into the close today. Hopefully we get the volume in there and we continue to run up. So again, great trading. Thank you so much. And I will see everybody this afternoon. Traders, good afternoon. Wanted to check back in with everybody, make sure everybody's doing okay. Looks like we have a limited amount of people in the room. So I'm just going to check in here to see how everybody's doing. The VST trade obviously turned out wonderful for us as we kind of ended that that morning session heading into afternoon. And now as we get into the closing bell today, it's going to be really a focus on where the overall market is going. So what we're going to do here is we're going to take this probably the coin trade over here, and we're going to put the SPY right here. We're just going to wait and see to see if there's anybody or any of uh, the market wanting to recover and get over the VWAP line. The trigger for this afternoon will be the blue VWAP line, and if that line gets broken to the upside, then we will take part into a long into the close today. So we'll find out if everybody's here today. Paul, if you're here, if you can hear me, fine. If not, we can just shut it down early today, as I don't know if we're going to be going anywhere, but we'll find out here in the last hour. If you're keeping track of the markets today and you're trying to decide, where we've been, where we're going, and what the markets are doing, we're down across the board. Dow's down about 265, S&P down about 23, Nasdaq down 57. So not a huge horrible day. We're just kind of down for the session here. Tesla down, and NVDA as well. PDD up for the day. So there's a lot of stuff going on, just not a lot of movement right now. Steve, absolutely. You're always here, brother. Thank you. Thank you for checking in. So let's just wait and watch. And if you see anything, Steve, let me know. Otherwise, we're going to keep with these 6 stocks here, unless there's something that I'm missing. And we'll pay particular attention to the SPY, which is in the upper left corner here. And we'll just kind of roll from there. So stay tuned. See if we can get a trade here into the close. Remember, we did have one great trade yesterday into the close. We'll see if we can double that up today and kind of roll from there. EVGO. Thank you, Tradetrix. Take a look at that. Yeah, it looks like it's been a barn burner all day. Yep. Not a huge mover, but decent, right? I would say over the high. $6.50. Yep, $6.50 would be great on the EVGO. Tradetrix, what's the information on the stock? Started out today at $4 in the pre-market, now 6.30, 6.35. I mean, PDD looks a lot like that EVGO, stuck up at the top here, about ready to break out. Could see the move into the close today. maybe Tesla to the downside here, or VST to the upside over the VWAP. This is probably my favorite trade here. See if we can get this to go. I'll call it here 132.35. Actually, call it 132 like we did last time. Actually, I don't even have to do that. That's my last trade. So VST 132 long. And I'm long the stock. So let's see if we can get this bump now over the VWAP. I'll quickly add to the stock 132.50. Stop loss will be 131. Traders, I will be right back. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, so all we need right now is the VST to start rocking here, and we should take care of business. Over that 133 is actually where we'll come out. That's going to give us a full point this afternoon. No, the market hasn't really shown its true colors here into the close yet, and we're about 40 minutes left into the end of the day today. We're building. The good thing is we're over that VWAP on the VST trade. We just need to get the entire market rolling in the same direction here. That's all. Take a look at coin here. VST looking even better now as we go into the close. Mark's looking at Apple. Let's plug up Apple here. Yeah, very much like the VST over Apple so far. market's still red, but I think we've got a chance here, you know, with the stock that we're in to make a nice move into the close today. Go VST, go. Still looking good here. VST still looking good. Again, our target is 133, over 133 on it. We're posting 132.72 right now. I see the finish line too, Julie. About 39 cents to go. Let's go. So close, Julie. So close. Yeah, we agree. Let's put it on here so we can watch that here into the close. Only got about 19 minutes left here. Anything under 132.10, I will come out. Yep, so close, Julie. I mean, we had money made there. So I'm going to call it a day right there. Made 45 bucks on the trade. And that's about it for me. As soon as it goes past that VWAP line, you got to get out and just stand on the sideline to watch it. So I'll see everybody tomorrow morning, God willing, for a Friday start, end of the week. Going to be a good one. So it came out of the day pretty darn good today. I'm excited about the day today. I look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow. Everybody have a great night. Julie, thank you so much. God bless you all. Godspeed. I'll see you first thing in the morning. Sleep well tonight. Love the ones you're with, and we'll see you tomorrow.